Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Friday edition of the stream. Today, we're doing some more demo stuff for Chapter 1 of Insignia. I'm feeling tired today, unfortunately, and I almost forgot to do my medication just now, so I just ran in and up my nose. So if I've got like a runny nose or I'm sniffling, that's because I've got some sinus steroid juice in my nose to stop it from getting too swollen, just because that's what my body does. Welcome everyone to the stream today. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat. Lots of chat happening on Twitch already. Welcome anyone lurking on YouTube. Blazin, thank you so much for the sub, and a big thank you to those of you who most recently followed. Previously, Kaikut was the most recent subscriber. The most recent follower was Grovek. Thank you. All right, well, pardon me. Today, I am working on demo content for Chapter 1. I'm feeling not bad about it. Hey, Unicursal Dev. I really enjoyed your Unicursal says, I really enjoyed your latest vid and the pod with Thomas Brush. I was wondering, as someone who's not great at writing narrative, is there a space between awesome thick narrative games with places and games that are slop? Oh yeah, I mean, a lot of games that get people dubbed like walking simulator games, I would say, or like visual novel games. There are lots of genres that have like novella-sized stories, you know, like short stories in a game. I think that's very common. And they don't have to be that, you know, mechanically dense, for sure. I think, as far as I understand, even Thomas Brush's game is pretty light in terms of like story, like plot-wise. Insignia is very dense, but not every game has to be that, of course. Yeah, I mean, like, the reality is games are such a broad medium that there's no real right or wrong way to do things. And if you've thought of it, there's probably something out there that does something similar. So yeah, of course there's room. I think it's really just about the thing that anyone, I think, like if there are constraints around what you should or shouldn't make, I think those really just come down to what people consider viable, as in what's marketable, what can support an audience, really, is the only question that matters, assuming that you're trying to make money off of the project. That's the only consideration I would say that anyone should care about when it comes to like judging the size of what they ought to make. You ought to make whatever you want to make. But if you're concerned about like making specific amounts of money or like recouping your investment, then I would say you can think a little bit more about like whether the market supports what you're trying to do, whether it's marketable to make a smaller game, or a larger game. But look, I'll be honest. Like, for some reason, I find that in the last couple of months or last couple of weeks, certainly, I've been finding myself in these conversations, either with maybe just because of the content I'm producing or being involved in producing. These ideas about like what people should make. Should you make big games or small games and this and that? I'm starting to feel like the conversation is one that's wearing me out a little bit, because I don't feel like it's a satisfying one to have with other people. I don't know why. Maybe because it just devolves into speculation so quickly, or because people have such disparate values about what it is that they care about when it comes to game development or gameplay. I feel like a lot of, like yesterday I was in the middle of a bit of a discussion with somebody in a comment section on my YouTube channel where they were saying, look, Adam, you shouldn't encourage people to make bigger games because it's unrealistic to make big games, because not everyone can have a YouTube channel and not everyone can have a team. But it's like, I mean, that wouldn't stop me. You know, like I wasn't born with 300,000 subscribers on a YouTube channel, like, and you know, and with a team. Like I started this solo, and I've grown the project with the game's ambitions, or to meet the game's ambitions. So, like, the idea that you shouldn't make the things you want to make, or shouldn't be encouraged to do what you want to do based on what like other people's appraisal of your chances of success are, is just weird. What a weird world it would be if we all just did the safest thing possible. What a boring existence. I just don't get it. And I feel like my energy for it is kind of like, it's just like, I feel like I'm sort of having to try and validate why I do what I do, while at the same time give permission to other people to do what they want to do. And it feels awkward to be in that space, because I feel like it's surprising to me that anyone would push back on having ambitions. I guess that's just the way things are. I'm of such a different mindset. Like, for me, I would do this. I mean, you could tell me I've got a 5% chance of succeeding, and I'd say okay, and I'd just keep doing it. You know what I mean? It's not about like whether or not it's going to work. It's about me giving it my best shot, you know. And you too, like, whatever you want to make, it's like your destiny is to try, not necessarily to succeed. That comes down to your ability, but like the things that you like and the things that you're interested in pursuing and what you want to put out into the world, that's your business. You know what I mean? It shouldn't be anybody's business to tell you what you want to do. The thing that you should then focus on is like the path there, whether it's easy or hard to do it. And sure, there are times and contexts where it makes sense to not pursue something because it's too difficult. Like, it's just not worth it for you. Maybe that's something that you feel. And I'm open to the notion that most games are, you know, less than likely to succeed. That doesn't mean that we don't try to make them. I don't know. I mean, maybe for some it does. I just struggle with it. Because I don't know if I would, for me personally, like, if all I was making was Slots and Daggers, or, you know, Threes, or 2048, or, you know, some version of Solitaire, like, if that's the only opportunity that I had as a game developer to make a game that was essentially like a single screen kind of board game equivalent or slot machine equivalent, like, I wouldn't make games at that point. I would write books, you know, like, not all games are fun to make, or like equally fun to make for everyone. Some games, you can't dedicate your life to something you have no creative energy for, surely, even if it's superficially similar to something that you would want to make. So I just think, like, you find a way, right? Find a way to make what you want to make. That's what I think. And if you can't find a way, then find a way to find a way. You know, it's just like, it's not something that's not achievable unless you put a time, like a deadline on it. Maybe it's possible that you can't achieve. Like, I can't get 1 million subscribers tomorrow, but if my goal is just to get 1 million subscribers, or just to have my game played by 100,000 people, or just to own a house one day, okay, like, there are steps you take, and you just motivate yourself in the direction of those steps. And sometimes you find that there are more steps between the steps, and so it makes the timeline longer. And that's the path I'm on. Like, I didn't think it would take me 8 years to get to this point in the game. I thought it would take a lot quicker. But here I am, and I'm changed as a person, and I've grown, and that's all you can do. Like, yeah, I don't know. So it just, yeah, it's hard for me to be in contact with people who have vastly different sets of values to me, and different ideas about what's good and what's worth doing and what's fun and that kind of thing. But that's all you can do, really. I mean, I'm not going to, it's almost not worth having the conversation, right? Because it's like, well, oh well, I'm doing what I'm doing and you're going to do what you do, and they're going to do what they want to do. So Why are we talking about it? Why are we talking about what we should do? There needs to be more. Yeah, I don't know. That specific question, what should you want to do, is an awkward one for me. How you should get there may be a different one. All right. So anyway, I've just done a new cutscene today for this scene, which I'm feeling okay about. It's okay. It's nice. It's functional. It doesn't quite do exactly what I want it to do, but it's getting there. So, this guy's name is Hund. He needs to be on at the start. I can't stand this aspect about Unity. There are so many things about it that I wish weren't the case. So he's on there. Wobble animation for the bridge moving. When you say wobble, could you be more specific? Do you mean the bridge itself wobbling, or the camera wobbling, the character wobbling? Like an off-balance animation, you mean? Like a whoa. Yeah. For now, I have his duck. His crouch is what I use for that. But you're right. I don't really have like a whoa. Rhyme says, I don't know, have you tried doing even more than you can? Fine work with Hillock says, how do I get people to visit my itch.io page? You post it somewhere where there are people who are looking to play games like yours. I mean, wobble, we say wobble in Australia. I know what wobbling is. I just don't know what, there's a lot of things that can wobble, you know? Like wobbling is just, you know, like a thing that's doing that, right? Somebody can wobble as well. I'm with you. Maybe it's more specific in British, in like Britain. Is it more exclusive? Does it mean exclusively a person almost falling over? I'll wobble you. Okay. So there are a couple of things I need to do. Yeah, so fine work with Hillock. Like going to Reddit and finding a subreddit where people are interested in playing specific games, like the ones that you're making. That's a good way to do it. Posting on, you know, X or Blue Sky, again, with hashtags. If you're putting, what you want to do is be where people are already looking. Because asking people to look is annoying. Nobody likes to be told. Nobody likes door-to-door salesmen or people who call you over at the shops, you know, saying, hey, can I get you to donate to cancer? It's like, even if you really care about helping people with cancer, you don't want to do it in the moment with someone grabbing you, you know. What you want is to be browsing something that you're interested in, and then you see the thing that you're looking for. Yeah, there are lots of opportunities to do that. Okie dokie. So, let me just sort of get on track for a bit. I'm going to go into focus mode because I'm very distractible today. I'm super tired. So, here's what we're going to do. A couple things. One is we're going to check the dialogue. So right now, when I play this dialogue, we're hoping that the text for this guy appears above his head. If it doesn't appear above his head, it means that the text box didn't find him in the scene. Pardon me. And the reason why it didn't find him in this scene is because... Oh, where's my icons? My icons are gone. Pardon me. What the heck? What the hell? Okay, everything's gone wrong. I've had terrible issues with Unity today. I can't open scenes. Scene file not found. This IDE, this is Unity. What the hell is happening? Basically, switching branches corrupted something, and now everything's screwing up. I don't know what it is. I mean, surely Overlook is a scene, right? Okay, it works now. But then all my icons are gone from here. What the hell? This is gonna annoy me today. GUI error, invalid GUI layout state in scene meta window view. Yeah, but that's because there's some error here. Okay, I'm gonna close that. What? Every time I look at a new thing, I find more things that are wrong today. And I've just done a re-import of the whole library, so no errors there. But where are my icons? It's trying. It thinks it's drawing them. They're just not visible anymore. These must surely exist, right? Assets, gizmos, that exists. That's where they are. I think I might just close Unity and open it again. Nothing's different in the actual, the Git repo. The Git repo hasn't changed. So it's just my Unity library is all goofed up. Yeah, but I did do a full re-import. I already did that Ah, there we go. Okay, we're back. I think I just needed to close and reopen it again for everything to, you know, be normal. Okay. All right, I think we're back. So let's go back over to this scene here. So it's tough, you know, doing this. Oh, this theme. Yeah, it's ocean in VS Code. The ocean theme. Yeah. So yeah, it's tough making this dramatically interesting. Like basically, I've got things that need to happen for the plot. And there are things that, and there are ways of expressing it that are interesting or boring. Like there's a drama that can happen inside of that. So like this has changed about 3 or 4 times over the last 6 months where, you know, it's Armin happening across a bridge. Man, I still need to fix that. And we're trying to make it so that either like the bridge becomes uncrossable at one point. And recently I decided that I would basically make it so that the player, Armin, like crosses the bridge the first time and encounters the Martin, and then on his way back he can cross it with his abilities. Right now he can't cross it with his abilities, he doesn't have the abilities yet. So there's like the bridge being closed, the player getting abilities, and interacting with the Martin enemies. And those 3 things can either happen in whichever order. You can't jump down there, there's a blockade. You can try, it doesn't let you. That's just unfortunately I can't let you do it. I could have a cutscene where he says something, but yeah. Did you use an apostrophe in sept? I don't know. I need to review the dialogue for that. So anyway, what am I looking at? What? Did I say something wrong? Did I write something weird? Oi, if yous want, keep your pants on. There was sept. Yeah, that should be an apostrophe. You're right. Okay. No, it's all good. You're actually right, Ian. So what's happening right now is that this Hund dialogue needs to be Hunden dialogue. And then this got broken. This needs to be Martin. And then save that. Okay. So now we have this guy here is called Hunden Dialogue. So now hopefully his tag comes up here. There we go. Perfect. It's he's got a special object that's pointed to a certain type of character, and his character wasn't also those were in the wrong order. Let's keep going. The bridge quick needs to go up there. It's funny, I don't know what it is about this, but I've had so many issues with it. Where it's just for some reason, I'll save it, and then it won't really get saved until like later or like under very specific conditions. Yeah, the bridge quick needs to happen before he starts running. And then or yeah, that'll do. Get out of here, Armin. You're in the way. No, that's the wrong thing. But that's so weird because the camera here is when it shifts down there. So the bridge quick needs to be... I'm confused. Are you guys actually disagreeing, or are you just agreeing disagreeingly? Where are we? Oh, dude, that's so wrong. Have we got a missing item here? Number 3 is gone. 0, 1, 2. What is 3? There, someone's coming. Ah, that's why. We went out of sync. He's just standing there. All right. It's kind of funny to show Armin just standing there. I actually kind of like it. But I prefer it this way, maybe. Get out of here, boy. Nope. Nope, you can't be there. Okay. Dude, all of the dialogue changes that I made earlier today got lost. I don't know what it is. Something about the way that it serializes, it can just revert back. Okay. More like just content. We're just making content at the moment. Ooh. The box staying on screen with the camera movement. Which part are we talking about? You mean like this? Fixed? All right. So we're really getting to the end of the original kind of budget for this, because we really only got like one level of thing to do. But after that, I think I want to add one or two more quests. I feel like the plot gets really thin around the back half now. And we've got like a whole equipment system. Robin, did you see? I think I fixed it. Just between you saying it and me showing it on screen again. You talking about this? Just watch. It was the last thing this guy says, right? After this. Like that, it's gone. You mean it starting to talk before he shows up? This all right, keep your pants on? I think Robin was specifically talking about the text staying on screen after someone finished talking, not text appearing before they appear. But I take your point. Oh, it was that one? Okay. Well, let's see if I fixed it for you. Happy with that? All right, moving on. So this sequence here. Is there a way to like merge commits? I guess you could like unstage them both or whatever and then do it. Is that what that is? A squash? Is it called a squash? I guess like what I find myself doing is committing a lot, but then when I push, I really just want to push that as like one commit. Like I did like all these things, but like for everybody else's purpose, that should be just considered one thing. Maybe I'll try that next time. Right. Okay. I'll try it next time. What time period in the game? Like what, like equivalent to human time? Like something like the early 1700s, but with no gunpowder or like very limited access to gunpowder. Industry is sort of like just becoming a thing. All right. So, what I'm trying to do is implement something like this. And would this be around the time underwear is still referred to everything you wear under your overcoat? I don't know. Why is that relevant? What's all this? I think I'm just gonna say goodbye to this stuff. He said pants. Fine. Gasparo says, do you ever save a copy of the game on your PC directly outside of Git, like just in case? No, because it's already saved in the, like it's like on a laptop, it's on my PC, it's in the cloud, you know, it's like on different people's computers who also contribute to the project. There's no real reason to like do a backup separately to Git, although I suppose I could do that. Maybe like once a year or something. Okay. So maybe we'll keep that and we'll delete everything else. Memory space? Do you mean like file size? In the build or in the project? I'm not, UK is kind of not really relevant here though, right? It's a fantasy world. And pants really, I mean, I know that, how do I put it? It's pantaloons, right? That's what pants is short for. So, and the phrase is keep your pants on. That's like a common saying internationally. So I wouldn't change the phrase to be something that's not what people say. Sorry, I'm irritable today. It's not you guys. I'm just being I feel elevated. Like, you know, like my nervous system's irritable. The build size is, let me check for you. The last build is 1.3 gigs. But when you zip it, I think it gets a lot smaller. Zipped, it's 135 megs. That's so weird, isn't it? So the compressed version of it, it's 10 times smaller when you zip it. All right. So what we're doing is we're making this shape out of this. Let's do it. I think I just need to wipe it and start fresh. My brain's getting too agitated looking at all of the structure that I don't need anymore. In fact, let's just do that. And we're done. So we're going to go bop, bop, bop. And we're going to go bop, bop, bop. And we're going to go bop, bop, bop. Da, da, da. And da, da, da. Okay. Those are the 5 spaces that we're going to be interacting with in this part of the level. And then each of them has a column coming down. And then this is connected horizontally. Additionally, this will be, to some extent, open, but maybe vertically at the top here. This also is open, as is this. That's technically the shape that this needs to be. Let's see if that's like reasonably big or whatever. It's very large, probably even bigger than I need it to be. Yeah, I might even shrink it by like 20%. I wonder if I can do that. Can I just like take a bunch of stuff and like compress it down? Probably not. All right. Well, in any case. Might even do this. Keep it nice and high ceiling. You look like a friend of mine if the CS degree hadn't removed his beautiful hair. Well, thanks. That's cool. That's good. I didn't actually do a CS degree, and that's why I guess I got mine still. Okay, so these can be much larger. Probably even like this. Well, this, I'm literally doing that this second. So like the last 6 months of working on the game have been about essentially folding the game on itself so that parts of the game mean one thing the first time you go through them and mean a different thing the second time you go through them. And this exact level that we're looking at right now is no exception to that, because it's a level that's designed to be, you can only go through it. Oh, you can't see my mouse right now. That's weird. Has it always been like that? Can you, what the heck? Oh, okay. Anyway, yeah, this black line, well now it's white, is like the intended path the first time you come through here, but the second time you come through, you'll have abilities, so you can use them to get through without having to go down all of this stuff. So it's kind of like trying to create, you know, spaces that can support more than one thing, and then have those things be layered so that you can experience them in different ways at different times, basically. I mean, oh, the same goes for like inter-chapter as well. Like there'll be things you can't do in chapter 1 that you need chapter 2 abilities for as well. But the thing with Insignia is I don't let you come back to chapter 1 until you've finished 4 chapters. So you have to finish chapter 4 before you can do anything back in chapter 1 space the second time. It's a bit of a there and back again if this is the Shire. So right now for the demo, I don't have to, it's not really worth me meticulously threading those things through. But by the time I finish the game, yes, there'll be like lots of things you can't interact with the first time. Just by virtue of the fact that, yeah, there are new abilities that have been added. So I think I want to make these like play spaces here. Maybe you have to come up and then down. Same. When would I want the game to come out? I mean, yeah, in an ideal world, it would be out already. But from today, if things were idyllic, I don't know. Don't ask me that question. I just want to have enough time to enjoy it. That's what I'm struggling with right now. I want to have enough time to enjoy the game I'm making. I'm close. It's just like it's very easy to not be able to enjoy it. You know, the content comes together. I have a fear, or like a sneaking suspicion, that once I'm done with these systems, the content's going to come together very quickly. I think chapter 1 might be the most complex, just because there's so many constraints on the order in which things have to happen, because I'm teaching the player how to do them all. Chapter 2, you know, we sat here yesterday with Elias, our sound designer, and I was kind of like a little bit flabbergasted that like I didn't have much more to say to him. I was like, well, we've sort of done all of that stuff. You know, that's kind of where we were at with it. It was like, oh, I guess there's not that much more to talk about for this chapter. I have a little sneaking suspicion that like things might move very quickly. Because I'm solving some problems here that like only need to get solved once in the game. A lot of the problems that I'm solving right now are just like, yeah, it's like a one-off thing that like, yeah, once you do it, there's nothing, you don't have to do this every chapter. Like how the map works, you know, there's no reason to solve that a second time. Hey, Saravati. Yes, every person in chat has to have a 100 view streak, 100 stream streak, and then we can talk about it. This needs to be, I think, a bit wider. Bup. And then put this here. And that goes there. Maybe even more. This might have to be a trust me bro moment. Sweet. Oh, that could be cool. Nah. Oh, I'll just do it regular. Yeah, but I want to swap those. So a rise is here, wall climb is here. Well, we'll solve that in a moment. Sweet. We could put an elevator shaft here. Unless this whole path only opens up if you have the green ability. So instead I put the green ability here. I push this like that, and I put the green ability behind a wall. So we start like this. Normally we go down that shaft, but this time we go sweet. Can I, if I do something here, can I cheese this? I can certainly do that. Okay. Too high. Oh, not quite. That might be a really cool challenge though, just to make it really hard for somebody. Oh, nice. Oh. I think I just need to get rid of this lip. Okay. Something not right about this bit here. It looks too obvious. And I'm trying to figure out what I did in the next scene that alleviates this problem. Now, first things first. Oh, why does this not work? The level scrolling bounce? Weird. It didn't stop me from doing anything just now. What are they there for if not for that? Okay. So, I was going to look at something. Oh, do I have a different setup for this? No. Ooh, that's so much scarier. No. I think I had other things that I was doing here. I don't want that to be so far away. Yeah, I will do that. I just need to figure out what I want to put in the mid to foreground. I think I did it here somewhere. I've got foreground bookcases here. but I want it to be a bit more specific. I think I need like a room, like a reading room style situation here, where it's a bit more closer and not as I don't know. Like set up in such a way that it feels like, there's decor and stuff. That should loop. I guess not. Yeah, you're looking at it. You want to see some more? Okay. Here's your parallax. That kind of gives a bit away there. I think we need the zone scrolling bounds. We need our elevator set to have a zone camera on the elevator. Or does it have one already? It does have one already. But I want this one to affect the X and the Y. And I want this one to be my 1.35 so that we don't give away too much. Cool. And we could push this out a little bit more. Bop, 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 bop. That many. Down. Bit of that. Move our elevator set this way. Perfect. Now, cutscenes. Harriet. This is basically got to be flipped from where it was, unfortunately. So let's have a look at what the cutscene's doing. Harriet walks from 1 to 2. So it needs to be, let's put the whole thing lower. From 1 to 2. So in this case, it's from 1 to 2. And then Armin also walks from 1 to 2, but his 1 and her 1 need to be closer, like that. And then his 2 can be there. So they both walk from 1 to 2. And then they look up, camera transitions. The cutscene camera looks here, like that. And the trigger for this cutscene needs to be, where is it? Is it on Harriet? It is. Right, well, let's put her here. Have her face the right way. And she's not there. Okay, great. Our level scrolling bounds are not quite right. The right bound needs to go further out now. And we need to make sure we're in the right save state. So this is probably before we've got to the Athenaeum. So it's chapter 1, day 2, I guess. And she should be here. Have we got a toggle? She only appears if send off to Crucible flag is false. Well, that's fine. We shouldn't have that here, but maybe I'll just go no progress just to make sure. Okay. And we can't talk to her. Probably because this requires for us to have met her. Okay. Off she goes. All right, so the positions are a little wonky. Let's get those right. We'll just push the whole thing up. Too high. Perfect. Okay, so her first mark and her second mark need to be closer together relative to this thing. So the second one should be under that, maybe like here. And Armin's second one should be more like here. And his first one needs to be closer to her. Put her back facing the right way. I think she needs to be further over actually. Because the speed, the time it takes for them to do the thing is the same in the timeline. So that's better. All right, and then the second one. I don't know where she teleports to though. Harriet, start there. Okay. So the second cutscene starts here. And the end mark is, I don't even know what that is. Oh, I think it's just put her away somewhere. I'll just put her at the top of the scene. Maybe she'll start here. And then Armin, he kind of like walks past her. So from her start mark, he needs to be like here. And then he sort of walks by her. This is where she's going to be. He starts there and walks past her there. So it's like, sure. And then the camera's going to go from them to the big wide. Okay. They're all facing the wrong way though. Because the whole scene's flipped relative to where we started. Okay, so so if I go check all this out, I wonder if there's anything that's specific about which direction we're supposed to face. I guess everything that is specific needs to be the other way. Thank you, Dwarf Software. It's tough. I'm getting there. There's a lot to do still. And then we get over here, and she should be facing the, well, she's facing the wrong way. I think that's because at the end of this timeline, we make her teleport away, and then she needs to be face option, direction. Left is true, right is false. So right at the end of that walk. Blah, 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 blah. And she's still facing the wrong way. Don't think there's an easy way to force her to do that. It's really just the last thing in this. I guess I can force her to face Harry at Mark 1, which is all the way over there. Blah, 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 blah. Still wrong. Oh my gosh. I wonder if it's something to do with the animation at the end of this. Damn it. I can't win here, can I? That's better. See if I can just force her to face where I need her to go. Oh my gosh, it's impossible. What is going on? There's nothing I can do. I can't get her to turn around. Oh, now she's facing the right way. What the hell? Cool. Okay. Whatever. Cool. Okay. So the next thing is in our cutscene camera, we've got one and we've got two. This one probably needs to be more like this, but the problem here is that our level scrolling bounds are locking us from being able to see a bit further out. It's a bit unfortunate, but given that the camera is important, yeah, it's going to push it over to the left a bit more still. I could probably make it ignore that. Well, life is life. They did take forever to make. Okay, so we go this way, we come down here, talk to you, fast forward, talk to you, zoom out, zoom in, she's gone, do some level gameplay stuff, she's here, talk to you a second time, Armin doesn't want to see it, walks past her, we're barking, zoom out, camera didn't get obstructed, great. Now you got to find your way through the level. Maybe there'll be another elevator here. Get to here, and then we can exit this way. And then we can work on this after that. So let's go ahead and do that. Save it. Come back here. Where's our elevator? Copy, paste. Problem is, we don't really want to see the elevator. We don't want to be able to use the elevator until after we've done this cutscene. Thanks, Dwarf Software. We're not quite there yet, though. So I might have to put this elevator on this side, which then means I collapse this gap or keep it. I think I know what I'm doing here. I think I just remove this altogether. I can bring all of this over. Maybe even, I guess we don't need to make another leap of faith here. We could just do this. Probably just keep this further out of reach for the player who's doing it the first time. And then we can do this on this side. Maybe a bit further out. 1, 2, 3. Good to me. Okay, so now I can put another elevator here, and this lets us skip it. Okay. Now the level scrolling bound can be a little bit further in, which is perfect. We want it to be like here. And now our second cutscene can be a little bit further over with the painting more like here. And let's review that with the cutscene as well. That's perfect. Okay. So then her position is here when they start. That's okay. All right. And then this column is going to go, I guess, here. I don't know where else I put it. Sweet. Okay, so we go down here, we do this, we come through here, we talk to her here, blah, blah, blah. We do some gameplay, blah, blah, blah. Come up here if you want, have some fun. Unfortunately, she's facing the wrong way. That's life. We'll fix that. Zoom out. Now, where did she get off to? Easy answer. We go up the elevator. And then we exit through this door. Cool. The door is called exit now. Save, save, save. Something's wrong about this though, because the doors, they're in the correct spots, but the game has not refreshed the ports. I don't know. But in any case, these little diamonds are supposed to be arranged a bit differently. Like this, we should see that all the way up here. This, we should see all the way up here. And that'll make this all make more sense. But if we go back through this door, leave through here, and then through this door, leave back through here, and we look at it on the map, it does feel pretty accurate, huh? That's what we want. Sweet. Now there probably could be another level here, a very short one, where we do this kind of excavation-y abyss thing. The back rooms idea, but I've kind of already got, we kind of threw out like a bunch of level design that was going to be in this chapter. Look at how much there was going to be. So much level. What's good about this though is that I can move it actually here, and I can put this directly under it. These can go here. Perfect. This can stay where it is, although I could even put it here if I really wanted to. Ooh. Okay. Let's save that. Updates. Harriet. Cutscenes. And Athenium. On first way through. So let's test this squash thing. Sweet. Whoops. It didn't like that. I hope this doesn't screw up everything. What is different? Oh no, not this again. I fear for myself here. Okay, this is correct. Well, it's one way to do it, you know. All right, we're back. And this should be fine. Yeah. Wait a second. There we go. Cool. Whoops. All right. Well, we learned how to do squash. That's a plus. I need to take a break, I think, for my own sake. And look, we did this. We've now done this. Except for the third painting that doesn't exist yet. We should do the paintings now. After the break. Increase elevator speed? It's pretty fast. I mean, yeah, of course I can, but... I don't really have like an out animation. I could make him go like and at the end. Anyway, it's faster now on those two. Okay. So double checking our... Whoops. Second time coming through here. She should be gone. Nothing here, nothing here. Come back to here. Boop, boop, boom. Boom, boom, boom. If I fall, tough luck. You don't get to see the cutscene. There's going to be a secret cutscene. I mean, you can always go up the elevator, I guess. That was weird. Sweet. Third painting. Okay. I could put this on like a little bit of a raised platform, just so it's a bit easier to see it without zooming the camera out so far. It's not really right. It needs to be 3. That's way better. Okay. And then... yeah. And then... yeah. But further. That's strange. I didn't see the top of it. Oh, because the pull is not 10. That's better. Maybe it should be more like 8. And we could, I mean, I'd love to zoom out a little bit more. 2.7 is huge. It's such a big size. Kind of makes the level look a bit, it's too obvious. Kind of like makes it look a lot like a level at that point. I like it. It's all good. Cool. And then what does this look like at 720p? I don't think it's possible to do that at 720. I think it looks okay at 720 with the extras on, but it looks awkward without it. All right. 3 pixel art paintings. It's 3 p.m. and I finish at 6. So can we get 3 done in 3 hours? What do you reckon, chat? I'll see you in a bit. All right, chat. We're back. 3 paintings. We got to draw 3 paintings right now. So, yo, quick check. Anybody on YouTube in the comments? Hey, YouTubers. Say hi. Yo, okay, we got this guy. That's 1. We got this guy. That's 2. One, 2. Why isn't this just one big thing? Guess I just expected. You're not on YouTube. You're on Twitch, eyes. I'm talking about the YouTube viewers. I just want to see how many people are actively watching, because we've got 14 viewers in chat. 100 here on Twitch, but 14 on YouTube. All right. Hey, Liz Pastel, welcome. I see you. I know it gets a bit quiet over there because you guys, you don't see yourselves on the thing. I don't know what to do about that. I guess there is something that I was doing. Let me just quickly mention something here. Today is Friday. Sometimes I have a task to work on. I have too many projects right now. I got like scene graph, Insignia, the Insignia demo. I've got the overlay that I'm creating in Unity for my channel. I've also just started a graphics editor program that I want to develop. Too many things. I also had a plugin. It gave me an out-of-app notification for my short about the well-shaped potato. Did it really? You got notified that way? That's interesting. Yeah. Anyway, so when I'm working on the stream overlay, it would be nice. I'm going to try to unify YouTube comments into the comments for the Twitch stream in the one panel. If I can, that would be cool, but we'll see. Anyway, back to our regular scheduled programming. So we're doing some paintings. Let's just see what we can get up to here. Based brush. All right. Is that Psycho? Is that how you pronounce that? Sorry for the noob question, but I just got my Wacom a few days ago. I feel like clicking the pen and swiping is super sensitive for zooming in and out of my canvas on Aseprite. Did you change a setting sensitivity for this? There are a few things that you can do. The values might have to do with, you might be able to change the sensitivity in keyboard shortcuts or preferences. There is a drag value here that for zoom, I guess. I've got this set to 8. The number of pixels, if you've got like a 4K monitor, it might be very different. So it might be like, you might have to up that to like 32 or something. And then also, there is a difference in the way that the app works depending on these two values. Screen scaling and UI element scaling. Usually, you multiply these together to get some value, but it matters which one is 200 and which one is 100 or whatever. So if you have like one at 300 and one at 100, that does something different to having the other be at 300 and the other be at 100. So like, for example, when I scroll in, the amount of stops that I get every time I scroll will be different if it's the other way around, because one way is basically taking the UI and making it big, and the other is taking the whole window, scaling it down, and then stretching that. So like you either have a very big screen with big UI or a multiplied small screen. That's the difference. So I actually think that if you want smaller stops, then you decrease the size of this and you increase the size of that. But also I would check that the keyboard shortcut for the drag value as well. Well, good luck. What do I want to show on these? I just need to be clear about something. What information haven't I given the player? I'm teaching them about the ensigns. I'm teaching them about the sword. There is one more thing. I don't want it to be too spoilery though. I think I'll figure something out. there are always details that change as you go. Like, oh, maybe this character should say this, or maybe that character should say it, or maybe like, what are the implications of telling the player about this thing prior to, prior to this point? What if the player character knows about this thing, in advance? Little things like that you kind of just, it does change how things work, but it's not major. It doesn't change the like plot order. It's just like little factoids that might affect how the drama plays out. Like, for example, I've got like a moment. I've got this ship in the game that's like an airship. And, it's quite significant in the plot. And I also have like an opportunity, like a dramatic moment where I think I might want the player to be on that ship and maybe they want to destroy it. But I also want that ship to appear in the game a bit later. So I have some options there that I haven't really settled on yet as to like, okay, are there actually two ships or is it just the one? Does he fail at destroying it? Does it get repaired? Little things like that it's like, it doesn't really matter which of those things is the case in the end. It just matters that, that there is, that the dramatic beats get hit. So I try not to lock myself in with logic unless like the whole story, like the story does not depend on that. Just a couple of maybe like cool moments might depend on that. So it's really important, I think, to leave certain things loose so that you can wrap them up in a way that makes sense later, when you have more information. Like, I'm still, in a sense, discovering aspects of the plot because I'm allowing myself to go through the process of finding opportunities as I'm telling the story for it to be better in a specific direction. It's like, oh, actually, now that I'm here, this would make more sense if this happens this way. And so if I've predetermined that stuff, I kind of become, you create like an emotional attachment to something that's not really that valuable. It's just because you decided to set it up a certain way, even if it's very clearly better off, a different way now that you're telling it in the moment. So I try not to, I specifically try not to get attached to things that I don't have a good reason to be attached to in the story. I have a theory. This is going to sound so not conceited, what's the word? Up myself. I don't know. This is going to sound pretty whatever, because obviously George R.R. Martin is a great storyteller, right? Game of Thrones is an amazing story. And I think George excels, we're on a first name basis. George excels with dramatic moments, right? Character dynamics. But I think it's safe to say that he struggles with plot, because especially like wrapping up a plot. And I think that's just a general thing that's difficult to do with storytelling. Now, I haven't solved this, in my life, but I have a sense that there is something valuable about knowing what shouldn't be settled. What things do you not have to commit to? Because I feel like the complexity of storytelling, the more moving parts you have, the more impossible it becomes. So there's almost a negotiation between like, okay, how much can I say without breaking my ability, without painting myself into a corner, and still giving myself space to change things later. And I know I'm sure he does a good job of that, but I think especially with Game of Thrones, I suspect he's found himself in a position where it's not obvious how to proceed without retconning things that have already been published in other books. Like, I've already made this character be here, so they can't be there. And wouldn't it be so much better if they were there? How do I get myself out of that? You know, I have a suspicion that he's doing a lot of that. I think that the way that I'm doing it allows me to, it allows me to make the changes. There is a distinction, I would say. I'm not going to reference myself here because I'm not actually an expert. But I think the comparison would be George R.R. Martin versus somebody like Stephen King, who writes a lot, right? And he's very prolific. And his stories are sometimes criticized as not being very good, or like not able to withstand much criticism because they sort of logistically fall apart quite quickly if you start unpacking them. And my understanding is that, well, if you write for the moments and you don't care about how it all pieces together, if you just go for it, you might actually get there. It's how do I put this? You see it in anime all the time as well. It's like when anime cares about power scaling, you know? When you're watching an anime that really tries to balance the power scaling, you can tell that it takes a lot longer to write. And then at the same time, there's like Dragon Ball, which just like goes up and up and up. And long term, it might be less satisfying. Like Dragon Ball, you know, whatever, 20 seasons in, might be less satisfying than if they really took their time. You know, if it took like a decade of storytelling to get to Super Saiyan 1, you know, and that moment might have felt bigger and better, but maybe it just wasn't worth that suspense. And maybe just like every season having a new level of Super Saiyan, although it might get old, is just like whatever. Because the alternative of like, how do you make things challenging for Goku or whatever, now that you've given him this extra level of power, you've got to make the villains more powerful. Up. Painting yourself into a corner there probably doesn't matter that much to teenagers who are watching Dragon Ball. So I think you have to assess how valuable it is that you keep things logistically consistent. Like how important is continuity? And my understanding is that like when you're going for like saga ending drama, it's very important, which is why it's hard to finish things like that, you know, because you've got to wrap up like 50 characters' stories in dramatically satisfying ways each, you know, that all intertwine. It's very complicated. So I think it's like you can make it easy and you can make it hard, and it's important to be conscious of when you want it to be easy and when you want it to be hard, because you can choose easy now, hard later, or you can choose hard all the way through, and maybe easy a bit later on if you solve the hard stuff. The problem is, like in my case, and in, you know, anyone's case writing something a bit more epic, it's like, what if it's not worth it? What if nobody pays attention to my game? Is it worth me spending years trying to make sure that every character, you know, has their moment, you know? Is it really that important that everything wraps up perfectly if the whole thing is boring? So it's like you almost need to validate that people care about the thing first before you put so much time and energy into it that it's worth like solving the insane combinatorics of like writing such a complicated story. That's what I think about today. It's like, is it worth me putting this much energy into it? Now, I like it. I like doing this stuff. So it doesn't bother me because it's like, well, this is what I want to make. Like, it's going to have this stuff in it because that's what it is. And I think people sometimes misunderstand me. I was mentioning earlier, there was someone on YouTube who had some criticism for like what I was doing in a video that I posted recently. And they were saying something to the effect of like, why are you telling people to make bigger games when most people aren't going to be able to make big games, even if they want to? And for me, it's like, in a sense, I'm doing this because this is what I want with my life. I'm not doing it because I think it's the easiest way to make money. I'm doing it because I choose this, you know, I choose this. And I don't choose it because it's easy. I choose it because it's exciting to me. So there's an aspect of, you know, I hope that other people see what I'm doing and like it for the same reasons I like it. And I think that there's something about that. There is an aspect of like making sure that you have a good relationship with the why and the who it's for. Because like I was talking about game dev hell, and I think this is actually valid. Like, it's possible for you to be doing things because you like them, and not because you think that they'll be valuable for other people to experience. So it's something like, maybe I like complicated stories. Maybe I like puzzles, right? And maybe I like making my stories complicated because it feels good when I make them, when I resolve them. You know, it's like getting stuck in my own, it's like getting my own cords tangled up and then untangling them, and that feels good for me. But like, that doesn't mean that anyone else would want to pay more for those cables or whatever. So it's really important to have a good relationship with like actual players. Like, does putting the effort into making something complicated pay off? And like, if it doesn't, are you going to do it anyway just because you like to do it? I think that's just important to do, just to have that conversation with yourself of like, how much does this part matter to me in my big message, and how much is it like valuable in the sense of like, well, it needs to be this way because players need for it to be this way, or it needs to be this way because I won't tolerate it being any other way. There's a difference there, and I think that's helped me a little bit. Sometimes I feel a sense of like, I realize I'm being super persistent on something, and then I'll get tired and I'll start to think, especially when I look around at other developers, I'll look at other games and go, oh shit, they're doing so much less than me. Like, oh, whoops. I spent like 6 months on that thing in my game, and they spent like clearly like 2 or 3 weeks, and it's fine. Like, it totally works. And why did I overcomplicate it? It's like, well, maybe I was interested in the engineering side of it. Maybe it was just, maybe there was something about this that meant something to me beyond what it needed to be in the game. Or maybe my game needs it to be something a little bit different. But if I care a bit less, because I'm more interested in just like getting the game finished, or like maybe the game doesn't suffer even if this part suffers. If I care a little bit less, I save a bunch of time. And sometimes I do that. I notice that something doesn't bother me anymore, or isn't as important as I thought it was, and I'll just back off it. I'm having that moment right now, actually, with the cutscene system. Like, all these cutscenes I'm putting in the game, there are times where I'm looking at them and I'm like thinking to myself, is this valuable for me? Like, is this making the game more fun for players for me to add this much text? Maybe it's not for them that I'm doing this. Maybe I'm just insisting that I need to have a system that can be this capable because I'm insecure about what might happen if it's not, you know? Like I don't want to need it and not have it kind of thing. And in those moments, I sort of, I do question. I question all the time on purpose. Like I feel like I have to. I don't always end up with an answer. Like I don't know if the cutscene system is value for time yet. Sometimes I get the sense that the better I make it, the more people expect of it or might expect of it. Like I can kind of notice now that like, I'm like, it'd be really cool if these characters were animating even more. You know, if the camera was even more subtle. It's like layers and layers of production that, you know, you could read a comic book and love the comic, right? And a comic book's got no music, it's got no voice acting. And then you put the comic book to anime and suddenly you need voice acting. Like you added more by adding motion. But now, because you've added motion, you've actually set up the expectation to add music and good voice acting and probably more dense storytelling. You know, like the things need to be paced better. Now you need to add a whole bunch of extra things to support the bar that you've raised across the board of the experience. Whereas if someone just buys a book of manga, they don't expect any of that stuff. So it's funny how sometimes doing a little bit more necessitates a lot more. That I'm conscious of too. I worry about that I've done that to myself. I've proven that I can do a little bit more. So now the question is, why not way more, Adam? Like you did this and this and this and this and this. Why didn't you go all the way? I did eat a Clinky yesterday. I hope I'm doing great. It's really hard to tell. It can be very hard to tell if I'm doing a good job. Like I'm proud of what I'm doing. I have no clue sometimes if it's what people will like, which is why we need to do more playtesting. It's just been so hard to get to the next beat, the next playtesting beat. I really thought this would take me so much less time than it has getting to this point. From like August until now, I've just been astounded at how long it's taken me. Oh, thanks, Ian. Thanks, guys. Yeah, it's hard to say. Yeah, that's again an aspect of like stuff that I was kind of I suppose struggling with recently in my content, that I just don't know how I feel about it. Like talking to Thomas Brush recently, and just I don't know, I find my oh God, I'm gonna get emotional here. Sorry, chat. I want to say it right. I'm proud of what I'm doing. Okay, I'm proud of my process, and I believe that what I'm doing is right for me. I love being on the path that I'm on. I know I've made it really hard for myself, and I struggle every day with that path, like constantly. It's so challenging to be almost 34 and to want to be starting a family and to be talking about, you know, children and the lives of those children when I don't have like a steady income, you know, by my own design. Like I've put myself in this position. So like I know that the path that I'm on is not an easy one, and that I've got a lot riding on the game doing well. You know, a lot of people in my life, you know, family members and friends are sort of like rooting for me, but also like I suppose concerned to some degree, or just don't know. You know, they're just sort of like, well, I hope you're doing well, Adam. And I think on the internet too, there's this, you know, I've found myself in a position where I have a voice. People listen to what I say, and some people hear me expressing myself, and all I'm really doing is expressing my thoughts. I'm not telling people what to do with their lives, but I think some people hear me express myself and they think, well, what does Adam know? And why would anybody follow Adam? Like Adam's delusional, basically. Adam doesn't know what he's doing, and if he knew better, he would have picked a different path. That is so challenging to face, because on one hand, of course, I feel the pressure of what I'm doing, but I also think it's worth it. You know? So, for me, like the advice that I'm giving is just advice that I would give myself, you know, and I hope for that advice to resonate with people who are like-minded. And I hope for my voice to only reach people for whom it's applicable. I'm not trying to be all things for all people, and I'm not trying to give advice to people, you know, obviously without context of what's happening in their lives or what's right for them. But I think that there's so much discourse, there's so much risk aversion and fear in this industry right now that anything anybody says is immediately attacked for whether or not it's applicable to everybody. And I mean, I myself am the kind of person who thinks that way, who attacks ideas that don't resonate with me, and at the same time hopes that the things that I say and think do apply to everybody. You know, I myself talk in these axiomatic terms, or I hope that, like, when we talk about design, that there are objective truths to good design and things like that. I search for that stuff because I don't know, I'm just drawn to thinking that way. But I don't know. I almost find that because I'm not in a position where I've earned it almost feels like the prerequisite in order to have a say, in order to be worthy of other people's, to be worthy of people listening to you, it almost feels like it's an impossible task. Like it's absolutely not possible to have a position or to have accolades that warrant people listening to you. Like even today, I was listening to like Linus Torvalds, who like literally wrote Linux on the LTT, the Linus Tech Tips show, Linus and Linus. And he was saying something about, he was criticizing Elon Musk inadvertently. And everyone was like, who's this guy? Elon Musk is like the richest guy in the world. It's like, this is freaking Linus Torvalds. Like, if anyone is worthy of having an opinion, like it's probably that guy. But at the same time, there are these like appeals to authority that I see all the time. I see it happen with Jonathan Blow. He'll say some dumb thing, and then people will say, well, he's right because he's Jonathan Blow. So it's like, it's almost like you have to have a lot of credibility, but also there's like no, I guess because it's the stuff we're talking about is about success in the industry, and nobody has the right answers. Nobody has the golden keys. Not even Chris Sikowski, has like the exact answers, although everyone wants the answers. So I guess what I'm trying to say is like, I'm doing my best job at trying to understand what it is that, when I do it, gets me closer to what I want to see. Right? In the games that I make, in the designs that I produce, the art that I produce, all I'm trying to do is get a little bit closer to enjoying what I make and having what I make reflect the kind of industry I want to be a part of in my small way. I love mid-2000s JRPG storytelling or early 2000s, and I want to see more of that. I just want to see that propagated out through the internet. I love early MMO RPGs. I love action games before they got so drenched in animation systems that they became just animated QuickTime events. Those are things that I like, that I value. I enjoy a little bit slower pacing in games where I can explore them for 20, 30, 40 hours and feel like I'm just getting started. That's what I want. And not everyone will want that, and that's okay. And I don't have the answers to how to make that happen. I don't have the exact answers for like what you have to do to design a game that has those things that I like. But I feel like, I hope that my process gets me closer. Like I'm critical about what I do, and I hope that when I do every little design exercise that I engage in, every iteration of game development that I go on, I hope I get closer to that, to being more confident in being able to produce those kinds of experiences. Or when I'm working in the industry locally, and I'm giving advice to people about what they're doing, whether that's live in person or even here on the stream, I'm doing the same thing. I'm just trying to apply what I've learned to whatever value that has, and I'm trying to share it with whoever is interested in listening. That's literally all I care about. And I just feel like the more I do that and the more passionate I get, I just get this resistance that I'm not comfortable supporting, withstanding, enduring. I just don't, because I respect the resistance. When people say, Adam, what are you talking about? That's dumb. I get defensive, and at the same time I go, well, I guess they're right in a way. You know, like I want to give credit to everybody's opinion. I don't want to insist that I know best. I just want to do what I think is right. And I would love for that to bear fruit. I would love for me just doing what I think is right to result in me making a great game, and for that to mean that I know what I'm talking about. But I can't prove that to anybody. So it's not going to be something where I can say to anybody, like, you must believe in what I say. I don't know how to rationalize that. I don't know how to, like, how do you validate knowledge in 2025? Where do I get the confidence to say that I know what I'm talking about? Who bestows that upon me? When do I get to feel it? When is someone not an imposter? That's what I want to know. You know, I went back and forth in my mind for like a week and a half to 2 weeks about whether or not I should make a video about this topic. There was a tweet that it was a Jonathan Blow tweet about imposter syndrome that really triggered me. It really got me upset. It was just such an asinine thing to say. And it frustrated me to hear it, because I just feel like it feeds this thing that we're talking about. And the tweet was something to the effect of, the only people who feel imposter syndrome are the imposters. Like it's actually only imposters who experience imposter syndrome. I just thought that was one of the most harmful things you could say to creative people who care about not being imposters. You're only hurting people who lack confidence when you say that. You know what I mean? You're basically saying, if you lack confidence, it's because you deserve to not be confident. But we know this, that the Dunning-Kruger curve has low confidence even on the far right end. So like even experts lack confidence. So like, my understanding is that confidence is something that you earn yourself. And I think where I'm struggling right now is the relationship between being self-confident and being confident that what you believe and feel and say is worthy of sharing with others. Like, I understand that, like, I can be confident enough in my journey to follow my own advice, but how do I get the confidence that you should take my advice? Where do I get the confidence that what I'm saying works for you or is good for you? With some things that are very practical, it's very easy. If I'm just talking about Ace Bright, whatever, you can follow me because I know that what I'm doing works, and I can show you that it works demonstrably. But if it's about vocational things, if it's about what you should do as a game developer, what kinds of games you should make, I feel very passionate about the topic, but I don't know how to feel confident about my advice to you. People want answers, and I want to share my opinions on those answers, but I just don't know. I don't know how to engage in that conversation without it being an issue, without it raising problems. Do I just have to constantly be saying, hey, this is just my opinion every time I say anything? Oh, obviously not hexical. I'm super biased in the negative. Yeah, it's what happens when you're a YouTuber. You get desensitized to positivity because it becomes kind of a default. It's very easy for people to have a positive relationship to content, especially if it's already popular. To the point where, like, or just in general, if you're in public, people will be polite. So you learn to kind of tune out the positive things. You learn to sort of go, yeah. But what are the negative people saying? You know, it's like if you're looking at a product review, you kind of like sweep past all the positive reviews and you go, okay, but what are the people who didn't like this vacuum cleaner say? You know, that's what my brain does. It kind of seeks out the negative valence because maybe there's more honesty there. Maybe that's the bias that we have, is that we're hoping that the people who, like, maybe it's the people who are rude who are the most honest. Which is probably a screwed up thing. It's probably not real, but that's, I don't know where that comes from. Maybe it's a thing of like, if you grow up with people who are very polite but aren't very honest. Certain cultures, I don't know how to describe that. I don't think, like, for example, I think like Russian and French cultures are probably more blunt. They don't mind just being rude. But I think English, when it comes to like European, like Western European cultures, are probably more polite or more evasive with their language a lot of the time. I don't know. Japan, for example. Yeah. Yeah, Japan is extremely polite. They will never tell you something negative. If to say no, they'll say maybe tomorrow, maybe another day, you know. We'll have to consider that. They'll say that when they mean no. So it's yeah, I don't know where that negative bias comes from. Well, that's the thing, is like, confidence is like everyone's own personal currency. And the value of that currency is whatever. So like, my wife, for example, she's a very critical person, but she's not a very articulate person when it comes to giving criticism. So like, if I say, hey, what do you think of this drawing? She might say, I don't like it. And I'm like, why? And she'll be like, I don't know. So it's like the value of that, it puts me, I get like spun out by that, because it's like, well, how do I fix it? You know, you're so confident that you don't like it, but you're not telling me anything about what to do. Whereas like, I'll be much more, well, this, that, you know, if someone asks me how I think about something, I'll create a criticism sandwich. I'll say something positive, I'll say something critical in the middle, something negative, and then something positive at the end. And then I'll buffer it by saying it's just my opinion. And so I'll give a lot of information, but I won't present that information as gospel. So I feel like there's the currency, the economy of that kind of interaction. Which one should you feel better about? Someone who confidently tells you they don't like something but can't explain why, or something who very unconfidently gives you a lot of useful information? You know, whose opinion's worth more? It's really, really difficult. Am I original? I'm Lebanese right now. I'm still Lebanese. I never stopped being Lebanese. Yeah. How do you process Malishka's response to you asking her if she likes you? But she said, yes, I do, but I don't know why. I mean, that's what happens. I'm like, why do you? I'm like, I love you. She's like, I love you too. I'm like, why? She's like, don't ask me why. She hates it. It's a game people who are in love play, you know. Why do you love me? Tell me all the ways. She never gives me a good answer. And she hates like that kind of interaction. She just has no energy for it. It's just what's the word? It's a personality thing, obviously. It just makes her uncomfortable to go into depth. But I like to do that. I like to go, you know, be very explicit about, oh, I love this and that about you, and I love the way you da-da-da, you know. Again, cultural. Her background's like, you know, Russian and British, and so affection is very, you know, there's just less of that. Less freely, whereas Lebanese, it's like we're just fully affectionate all the time. Yeah, it's really frustrating. Like, I've seen a psychologist about this kind of thing. You know, my relationship with my work is so complicated because it's so dependent on what other people think about it. Right? Like, how strange to live in a world where, you know, the security of your future is dependent on essentially a talent show. I mean, it is in a way trying to be like a celebrity. So there's this like constant, I mean, and I don't like it, obviously, but I do like, how do I put it? The validation point of someone who makes games is that they entertain people, and that those people feel so entertained that they're prepared to pay money to be entertained by the thing that you made. That's validating because money is, you know, equivalent. It's just value, right? It's like that person they like what you're doing so much that they would put their time and money into experiencing it. So, of course, that's going to be the thing that I have to chase to know that I'm a good game developer, right? I have to chase that. Because if I don't care about other people enjoying it, then what am I working towards? And likewise, as an educator, you know, you want it to the extent that my work involves being an educator, which I want it to. Like, I'm passionate about sharing what I know. That's important to me. To know whether or not what I have to share is valid is also very, I guess it's so hard to nail down, because, you know, at least making a game that other people find fun, assuming I can do that without, in a way that allows me to like have a good relationship with it. Like right now, there's so much tension on this game being good. You know, if it's not good, it's how many years of risk So it's not the best way to do it. But, you know, at least with games you can say, well, the game sold well or it didn't sell well. Therefore, I am a good game designer or I'm not a good game designer. With education, it's so much more abstract because there's so much less clarity in whether or not what you provided was worthwhile to somebody. You know, I think there's an extent to which sometimes I think people get value out of my content purely because I am an excuse for them to put time and energy into learning the skills themselves. And they like the fact that I'm there with them. You know, like it's more of a companionship thing. Like I'm like a symbol of trying, you know? And I'm not teaching them anything. They're just like enjoying my presence as an excuse to learn. And I'm okay with being that. Like that would be great if that's what I am. Like then that's amazing. But it's also like, I guess, a thing of like, well, if I actually care about being a good educator, how do I do that? Where do I get to feel confidence that what I know is knowledge, you know, and not just some warped sense of self-confidence that doesn't apply outside of my own context. Very hard. Because I want to be able to say that it's legit. And if you follow me, you'll be as legit as me one day or whatever. I want to be able to say that. That's a great thing to be able to promise somebody. But I don't know that. I don't know what the cutoff point of being worthy of that is. I don't know when I get to say that to somebody or anything. I don't know when I get to say anything. The world we live in is so confusing. And people are desperate for it too. People so badly want to click on a YouTube video that says the only tutorial you'll ever need, you know? Hey, Warner. Hey, Psycho. Thank you so much. People are desperate. If I made a YouTube video saying like, this is the greatest, this is how you make video games, you know, I'm sure it would get attention. But I don't want to make that content. I don't want to make those promises because I don't know that I can make good on those promises. Even though I also know that it doesn't really like matter. Like the thing is with that content, you watch it. If you were entertained by it, great. If you're motivated by it, great. If the lessons are good, you won't know if the lessons are good or bad until you try them and then 6 months goes by and then you realize you're not learning anything. Do you know what I mean? Like if I say, do this way, and you do something and it sort of works a certain way, like, I mean, great. But how do you know that like I taught you anything? Or that the person in the video taught you something? It's not the actual responsibility of being responsible for someone actually learning something or giving actual good advice, and other people knowing that you gave good advice, and then that influencing your standing in society, you know, like for me to be like considered a good YouTuber, what is the mechanism by which who determines that? As opposed to like a grifter. Like I was saying earlier this week, like someone was calling me an egomaniac.
Baba,
Hey.
I'm done.
You done? Aren't you lucky?
I'm going to sit on the couch.
Yeah?
In the aircon.
Oh, wow.
I'm gonna watch TikTok.
Wow.
And then I'm gonna go to Big W and buy Super Mario Galaxy for Switch.
Great. All right. Well, that sounds like a really good start to your weekend. What else do you have to say?
And I don't know what I want for dinner.
Okay.
Bye.
All right. I love you. Yeah. So I don't know. I just like, I don't know how to tell somebody I'm not an egomaniac. I don't know how to do that. And if they think it, like, well, they must have seen something. They must have felt something enough to say it. You know, it's just stuff like that. It just, when there's so much happening in the world, how am I supposed to feel confident in anything? And even if, you know, what I want to be true is for someone to say, Adam, because you care about this stuff, that's what makes you, you know, that's what makes it true. That's what makes you worth listening to, is because you care about whether or not you're right or wrong. It's like, well, I mean, that's a nice way to start, but like, I don't know if that's actually true. I mean, it means that I care. It means that I'm not going to lie, but it doesn't mean I know what I'm talking about either. Being honest and being right are two different things. Yeah. So I don't know. I really don't know. And it's frustrating. It's frustrating for me to care about this stuff, but to not be able to translate that into speech. That kills me. I can't like make a video about the fact that I'm a little bit uncertain about how to talk to you guys. You know, like this is the thing that I feel. It's like, I have a lot of passion and I want to be part of the conversation, but I don't know how to do that in a way that meets your expectations and my standards and would get attention on the internet. Like, I don't know how to do that in an attention grabby way. To say like, hey, this is why I think you should make bigger games. Or like, this is why I think bigger games are worth making even if they're really hard to make, or whatever. This is why I make games the way that I make them. You know, because I've learned these things over this time and you know what, maybe it would be valuable for you too. Like, I don't know how to do that. I guess I could just do it, you know. I know there's that option of just like, hey, Adam, what if you just don't give a shit about what anyone thinks and just make what you want to make? That's probably the answer. But it's still important to me that what I say and think are validated objectively by other people. I believe in objective validation. Maybe that's a mistake. It's so hard. I'm really struggling with this picture. See you, Ian. Yeah. I don't know. My goals for today? I'm working on these paintings that go in a library in a game. And the paintings represent lore, basically. It's historic. They're historical paintings. They're basically like Renaissance paintings in this world. So it's like religious Renaissance paintings in the world of Insignia to do with history. Like there's like Napoleonic, super dramatic paintings about conquest and that kind of thing. The Baroque paintings. But I was also doing cutscenes earlier. Hexaclepox says, can I just say, sharing your insight and what you're going through takes an incredible amount of strength and vulnerability. Oh, I see. For me, I feel like that's easy. Me just like talking crap about my experience is like literally the easiest thing I can do. It feels like not content. It feels like I'm doing something that's like I'm procrastinating, and that what I should be doing is being more entertaining. That's what my brain says when I say all this stuff. It's like, yeah, Adam. Like it doesn't feel difficult for me to say it because it's just the truth. You know, I do struggle with this stuff, and I'm just taking my feelings and going, blah. So like, that's not hard to do. And it doesn't take a lot of bravery to do it. It takes bravery to mask it, or like, I don't know, effort to mask it. If I pretend I'm having like a great time every day on stream, and that like I'm super confident in my journey and that everything's going to be great, and every advice that I give you is amazing, and that hurtful comments have no reflection, they just bounce off me, you know. If I was able to say all that, then like I mean, I'd be lying, but lying would be harder. So me just saying like, hey, this is like really freaking difficult for me, all this stuff, and I wish I wasn't experiencing it, but you know. See ya, Psycho. Thank you so much. Yeah, like yeah, this is the hard stuff. The hard stuff is what to do about it, you know. That's what's hard, is knowing like, okay, sure, it's difficult to be honest, and for that to be like worth, because like it doesn't, you know, me knowing how I feel, and me expressing the kind of relationship I want to have with like honesty and with you, my audience, and all that stuff, that's fine. But like, okay, what do I do this weekend? Do I make a video? What do I make the video about? That's kind of what happens, and then I get stressed all over again, because it's like, well, I still don't know how to feel, even if I've expressed that it's difficult to know how to feel. You know, I get it off my chest, but I'm still in the same predicament. So, I don't know. And this becomes a lot more, I think what's really frustrating about it is that it's so intertwined with my current goals of like getting more wish lists for Insignia. You know, it's like, hey, you want to get more wish lists? You need to be more confidently sharing information about the game more often. That's what you need to do if you want more wish lists. You know? And like, I agree. Like, yes, I do need to do that. But like, I don't always have confident things that I want to say about the game. Sometimes it just needs more time to cook, and that's what I want to say. You know, I want to say, hey, it's not ready right now, thanks. But like, for weeks now, I felt like it's not okay to say that. It's not okay to say it's not ready right now, because I open up my YouTube feed and it's like, here's how this developer got 100,000 wish lists in 20 days. The thing you need to do to get wish lists. It's like, oh, just leave me alone. I hate the algorithm. You know, it's like someone constantly like rubbing my work in my face. And I'm not saying that stuff, you know, but because somebody else is, and I'm just like reminded of the feelings of like, you know, the undue pressure that I put myself under. I'm just reminded of that. You know, you make a choice and then you just get constantly reminded that somebody else made a different choice. And like the survivorship bias thing is so strong that like, of course, you're only going to hear about the stuff that went well for people. And I'm one of them. Like, I'm a guy who is where I am because of survivorship bias. And my opinions are a product of survivorship bias. I believe that it's worth doing the things that I'm doing because they've worked for me so far. So even I'm a part of that problem. How am I supposed to feel good about making content in that landscape? I probably shouldn't care, but I care. I wish I didn't care. And I know you appreciate it, but I also know like you really would appreciate if I made more content. It's more just that I feel a frustration. It's when you say like you don't know where I'm going with it. Where I'm going with it is really just a matter of like, because I'm me, because I'm like Adam, and the things that, you know, Adam has to do on his path, I'm just complaining, really. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm just really complaining about that my life's hard, for reasons that are hard because I'm a weirdo and I care about specific things. And I guess in a way I'm spiteful about those choices that I make and the things that I am. I'm a bit annoyed at it. I suppose that's something that's true. If I had full faith in what I was doing, it wouldn't matter what anybody else is doing. But I think, like, as someone who struggles with self-confidence, seeing my choices constantly be challenged by seeing what other people are doing, I don't know how not to do that. I think that's it. Like, I love game dev. I love video games. I enjoy watching game dev content, but I can't do it. I can't watch it. It's so anxiety inducing to consume content about making video games for me. I don't know. Does anyone else feel that way? Is that novel? I hate it. Like, my whole feed is full of it. I can't stand it. I swipe past it. Because it's just so... It's like you're hungry, like you're starving, and you're watching people eat like steak dinners. Like, you're just like walking through a restaurant, you know? And you're like fasting. You've chosen to do this, you know? Like, I'm doing what I've chosen to do, and I know that, like, it's like good for me to not eat right now or whatever. Like, I'm doing intermittent fasting. Like, I'm doing something that's harder. But like, these people are like really enjoying their McDonald's, you know? And they're like, oh, this McDonald's is so good and you should eat McDonald's too. And I'm like, yeah, but intermittent fasting is really good too. And like, don't eat this McDonald's in my face, I guess. I'm trying to do my own thing. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. That's the thing, is it like, who knows what they're feeling about what they're doing? Everyone's probably got grass is always greener syndrome. Yeah, yeah. It's like you end up with body dysmorphia. Well, because it's like, how do I put this? I think I can do it. I think I can kind of like paint the picture. I talk a lot about the way I envision game dev a lot of the times is like a mountain. And I think there are certain peaks that have more treacherous paths. Some peaks don't have any paths, you have to make them yourself. And those peaks are like different game experiences. And in terms of the value of what I'm doing, it almost doesn't matter. Like, it's not about whether Insignia is a good game or whether or not the kind of game Insignia is worth people's time or anything like that. It's just, I'm making this game and I want to make this game, right? However, while I'm on my little mountain climb, there are like crowds of people at the base of the mountain watching other mountain climbers, and somehow mountain climbing, which is supposed to be a thing that you do for your own reasons, is like reality TV all of a sudden. And now, even though I shouldn't really care about what anyone else is doing, my ability to climb the mountain is actually based on how well I'm doing in the reality TV show. And so even if I shouldn't care and don't really care what anyone else is making or how they're getting their success, I'm kind of like bound up in the TV show, you know? And it's really hard to maintain that balance of saying, hey, I'm doing this for my own reasons, and anyone who happens to be doing what I'm doing, like here's you know, just the way I think about doing this stuff, and hey, it's hard and we're all figuring it out. Like, that's where I want to be. And I only want to talk that way to people who are interested in listening. But while I'm trying to do that, there's just this like huge stadium full of people who are like desperate to be addressed, and addressing them would make my job a lot easier. And there are people who are also climbing different mountains and who are also appeasing those masses and getting like their lives are becoming easier for it. You know, it's like, it's easier. And I don't want to care about what, like, I've made a video about beginner Sprite. I've got a video that's 4 or 5 years old now where I talk you through every single tool that's in the app, and I do it in explicit detail, and I feel proud about the video that I made, and that's great. I'd love for that story to end there, but there's an immense pressure for me to make like another video that does the same thing, that talks about the same stuff, because that's the lowest hanging fruit, that'll reach the most people. And it'll probably, if I was really smart, I'd probably get a way more wish lists on Insignia if I put a shout out to my game inside of a new tutorial where I went through Sprite from start to finish. Or I did a really basic tutorial that shows you the most how to do coyote time, you know, which maybe I would like to make a tutorial about that. But like, if I don't want to make a tutorial about that, not doing it is giving up opportunity. So it's weird that I'm in this, you know, I don't like being caught up in all of this sometimes. And it's just, my psychology has been so like damaged, you know, by having to try to have self-confidence for my own reasons inside of my own, you know, world, and also play to this like much broader audience and do that tightrope walking. Hey, question about RPG Maker. I don't use it, so I don't really know what to say. Sorry, fake coffee. Aatri says, I only know the graphical side of things professionally, but as a newbie in programming, I find most game dev YouTube channels useless. It feels like they're pretending and talking a bunch of shit, and the substance of it isn't super helpful either. We appreciate you being real with it. Yeah, I mean, I like to, like, is it weird? It feels like self-sabotage, right? Like, on one side, I'd love to make the tutorial. On another side, I'd love to promote Insignia, but if I don't want to do one with the other at the same time for the purpose of, like, it's almost like it's the marketing, it's the constant, necessity to put emphasis on and to be motivated by marketing. I'm so drained by it. And it's not just like in the things that I do, but it's also in the things that I watch. Like, I'm consuming the content and I'm seeing the marketing in it. I'm seeing that it's made for marketing purposes. I'm seeing that the choices that are in there are not there because the person was passionate about the thing, but because saying it that way gets more attention, or saying it that way is more confident sounding or is more satisfying. It's just like the motivation of so much content, so much of what I spend my time doing and consuming is just like fixated on, well, there's pressure for it to be fixated on marketing. And if I'm not fixated on marketing, it's almost like I'm missing out. I'm doing something wrong by not being a better marketer. I hate it. I hate it so much. It's like, it's the most gross thing, guys. I hate it. I hate it for everything to be commercial. It sucks. I just want to do what makes me happy. That's all I want, for God's sake. I want to think about things that make me happy. I want to spend my time doing things that make me happy. I want to make things that make other people happy. And I want things to take as long as they need to do that. And I want to feel confident that if I do that, it's going to be okay. Just for me to do things my way without feeling like I have to say something that's not true, or be ready before I am, or respect an opinion that I don't respect, just to be something different for the sake of whatever, like those TikToks and the shorts that I'm making at the moment, they're okay, but like, I'm not. Sup, Teach? Hey, buddy. Do you feel this way, dude? I know you enjoy, I guess, like, you know what it is? It's like, if what I'm doing is just entertainment, then it's one thing to be entertaining for entertainment's sake. That's great. It's another thing to feel like you have to be it's another thing to shape what's supposed to be educational or supposed to be informative or helpful or whatever else. To present something for something that it's not, I feel like is so difficult for me. God, like, I just want to do stuff that makes me happy and have people enjoy it for what it is. That's really all I want to do. And I want to make choices about my game because I think people will appreciate it more for what it's trying to be. Like, rather than, oh, like this is more attractive right now. People prefer games that look like this or play like this, or this is more realistic. Like, that's dumb. That's not what I want to do. I want to make something that's good in its own right for its own reasons, and for it to reach its audience. I don't want to like reach an audience that won't appreciate it, or to make something that is like, what's the word? Like easy to make content out of, for example. Like, this is something that I experience a lot. Some of those shorts are pretty good. But yeah, like the process of making the shorts, you know, sometimes it's like making shorts be your job is gotta be, for me, that's not it. You know what I mean? Like, at the end of my day, I've been streaming all day, I've been working really hard, and now it's like I have to go back and watch myself and find the little snippets that are, whether I feel like it was worth it or not, I have to find the little moments that could be posted online, not because like I think that people would like them, but because if I don't post more often, then the algorithm would start ignoring me, blah, 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 blah. Like, ugh, God, it sucks, dude. I hate doing it. And yeah, like maybe someone who likes doing it would be a better person to do it. You know what I mean? Like, maybe we could get someone who loves to do that stuff. I want to make something really clear right now. There's someone in chat, I think it's Void Plane Games. One of you, it might, or like, is it Void Plane? Virtue versus Vice? It might be Virtue. Virtue versus Vice makes clips every single day. Okay. And I use those clips a lot of the time as the basis of the clips that I actually make. And it's very valuable that they do that. And they're not always like edited properly, or there's always stuff I have to do. But when I am doing it, I really appreciate that someone's going out there and thinking about entertaining moments that I created. That's great. Still, the idea that like I have to constantly be thinking in shorts, the way I form my sentences, or like thinking about my game as something that like will be a second screen experience, bro, that sucks. It shouldn't have to be that way. I want that stuff to happen organically. You know, if I said something funny, that can be a short. But like, if I didn't, I don't want to have to like manufacture a moment that didn't exist just because I have a quota. That sucks, doesn't it? It feels like it sucks to me. I wish I had no control. All right, Tej. And you know what, Tej, you're like, the fact that you're here right now, you couldn't have picked a better time to pop into chat. Because you're like the exact antidote to a lot of what I'm saying right now is just motivated by frustration because I'm tired. And like, it's just like the alkaline to my acid right now, because there are ways of doing this stuff. There are people who do this stuff, you know, because they love to do this stuff and it's different for them. And I feel like the content you make, it's coming from a place where you enjoy it. And so it's so valid, you know. For me, I think I have a much harder time because the goals that I have for my content, you know, and what I'm doing with Insignia are not always like, you know, goofing around is not like the first thing. It's not like the reason why I'm making the content. And so oftentimes there's this productivity aspect of, you know, are you getting work done, Adam? When is the game coming out? or like, are you being educational right now? And so the value of like being funny or being entertaining, or even just being informative, you know, like sometimes what I'm working on is not informative. It's just me doing work. And I guess it's just like hard to balance that stuff and feel good about it, especially when like, yeah, I don't want to recap the whole conversation, but I guess I just don't feel like I have enough agency to do the things that I'm passionate about in the way that I'm passionate about, without feeling like I'm being criticized all the time. And I feel like that's more of a me thing than a reality thing. It's just like the process of doing this by myself. There's so much second guessing, or even when I'm getting help, it's like knowing whether or not that help is reflective of what I actually want. You know, it's just hard to process so much information all the time about what I should be doing and what would be better if I did this. And I just would prefer to just like sometimes to not feel like I'm racing, you know, or missing out, or like having to worry about whether or not I'm doing that stuff, you know, whether I'm moving fast enough or hitting the right trends or whatever it is. Like I just want to make my game, man. I just want to have fun doing the things that I like to do. We'll talk soon. Yeah. I actually feel like, do you know, one of my biggest problems is just that like, I'm not 5 different people. You know, if I was 5 different people, there's an Adam who would love to just make YouTube like content that was just educational. And that guy knows how to do that. There's an Adam who would love to make a Udemy course, a full course for pixel art, and then one for beginner game dev. It would be, there's a me who would love to do that, and I would do it tomorrow. And there's a me who would literally love to just make this game and not even stream it, just make it in my own little world. And there's also one that does love to stream and loves to be here. And the problem is that those guys can't all do their best at the things they love without compromising the needs of a different guy. That's what I'm really complaining about. So like for me, it's like, yeah, I would love to make a Udemy course, but I don't want to half-ass a Udemy course just because I think I can get more wish lists or more money from it. You know what I mean? Like I want to do it on my terms, in my time, in a way that I think reflects my standards of quality. And not because like, well, you got to do that because that's where the money is. You know what I mean? Like, and I know the money's there. I just like, I kind of would have to pause for like, 6 months to do it. So I'm not like dissing on anyone who does Udemy. Or like, I don't even think that's like a grifty thing to do. I think it's great to share resources, and if you put a lot of time into something, it's great to get paid for doing it. But like, I can't half commit and then, what's the word? Be happy about the outcomes, even if the outcomes are good. I think I just have too much of a conscience. And I also would care. I would care about people if someone called me a grifter. Like that would bother me. If I felt like I had just like done something just for the money, if I'd like sold out and the quality was compromised or whatever, like I would think that someone had a valid criticism to call me a grifter. it's just like the problem is I can't do it all at the same time. I can't even do it all in general. Like it's just too, I'm not fast enough. Like I sat down 2 days ago and I started learning C++, and I'm like, I would love to make a drawing app, like a vector-based painting app. I would love to do it. I think it would be one of the most fun things to do, and I'd love to spend like 6 months making it on stream, and just to pause Insignia and just make this drawing app. Okay, I use Rust. All right, we'll use Rust. Lol, is that C++? Wait, are you binding that with Python? So let's say, you know, I would love to make this app, and I think it'd be an awesome experiment. It'd be fun to do. We can make videos about it, whatever. And I'd probably give away the thing as like open source. We could do it as I'd love to just be an open source dev. I don't care about making money. I just care about eating. You know, I also want to like, I want to like be comfortable because the thing that I gave away for free was worth so many people's time and energy, and they liked it so much that my Patreon or whatever paid for my cost of living. That would be great. That I was like a rich guy because my Patreon was great because of all of the free open source software that I made. That's my like dream scenario, I think. As a developer, as a software developer, as a game developer, I'm happy with Steam and whatever, like that's fine. But like when it comes to tools, oh dude, I could spend ages just making tools and giving them away. Like I don't care. Like you shouldn't have to pay. If you're learning something that's you can pay me by making something cool with the thing that I made, you know, when it comes to tools dev. That's what I would want to feel like, but that's kind of not the world we live in. And I don't have time to do that stuff anyway. I don't have time for it. Yeah, I'd give away Seeing Graph for free. Of course I would. Because I don't even have that much, like, I would give away, I mean, I would probably even sell Insignia for nothing if I felt like that was a worthwhile thing to do. I just don't think it is a worthwhile thing to do. I think it would be crazy for me to do that. But in terms of like, whether I care about like, you giving me dollars, I don't care. I don't know. Just, I want you to enjoy my thing. I don't. Like piracy is one of those things where like, if you're poor and you can't afford my game, I'll give you a copy. You know, like I would never get upset about someone like if I was Adobe, you know, Adobe should let people pirate their software because that's how they get new users. When those kids who learnt on Adobe go into the professional field and then use Adobe in the workplace, like that's good. You should, if people want to use your software, you should let them, especially if they're poor. That's how you create work. But I don't know, you know, this is all just, now we're sort of getting off topic a little bit. You've caught me on a ramble. We're full into it now. Do you know what it is, Teach? Like, since we're on the OS topic, freaking Omachi, dude. Omachi and Linux and all that stuff. It's like, a part of my brain that like back in at university was like, I was really, really inspired to just make stuff and just like make cool stuff and like share it with people, and then other people make cool stuff and we all just make cool stuff, and who cares about it being, you know, commercial or whatever. Like I spent how many years as a child playing games on Newgrounds for nothing, you know? It was just, we're all just making cool shit and we're just sharing it. And when I learned to code, it was like there was like a whole, my brain was like, oh my God, you can make anything. I can just make Android apps and I can, da-da-da. And now it's like, well, I could still do that. And some people do just do that, you know? They just make amazing things, and because it's cool to do that, because it's just a beautiful thing to make stuff, you know. And I've done this thing so many times in my life where I've put an artificial barrier above my head, where I've been like, I can't make like a Windows app. Like, I don't know why I feel that way. Where like I've just, you know, like I don't know how to do graphics programming, or that I can't apply for that job in the game dev industry because I didn't do a game dev degree. Just like stupid things that don't mean anything. I couldn't make a video game in a water tower. Yeah, and I think it was, you know what, it was you did this, you bastard. No, like seeing you and Prime pick up Love 2D and just go, what's this? This is cool. Oh, we're making a game. How does this work? Oh, okay, cool. Just like complete fearless, like just jumping like straight into it. Or the Prime impression would be like, no, I'm not going there. I'm a bit loopy today, but I'm not stupid. Yeah, like just completely fearless, just getting all up inside of it and making stuff. It just like, I just realized like, oh shit, I can do that. Make me talk in an accent? No, I won't. There's no way. Yeah, like I'm not an idiot either. I can do this stuff. It's fun. I have fun doing it. You know? It's just I guess I'm just, I think I just, all right, I'll refund you. Bands. I wouldn't. One sec. Oh, thanks, Lazy Guru. I think you just did it. No, don't worry. We're not doing accents right now. So yeah, what I'm saying is like there are things that I'm passionate about. What the hell? Where did we go? There we go. There are things that I'm passionate about that I would be so happy to confidently do on the internet, and make content about and be more prolific as a developer, as a game dev even. And it's the only thing that's stopping me from just confidently fully expressing myself in my life is really time constraints and resourcing. And I know everyone has that feeling. I mean, everyone who works a full-time job experiences that, you know. It's such an ugly feeling to know that people have an interest in you doing something. Like people and to know that what you could do is valuable. But to feel like you have to do things that you're not even going to do a good job of because you're not passionate about them, but that you don't have any other way around. Like I can't really hire an editor. And the content that I make probably shouldn't have an external editor unless they really know the content and they really know my tone of voice, blah, blah, blah. You know, part of the reason I have so much fun with TJ and Prime is like, I'm not in charge of making those spaces exciting or entertaining. I'm not in charge of the content creation side of it. I'm just in charge of my part, you know, and I get to have fun and do what I'm good at and be part of something bigger. And I can be responsible for whatever, but I'm not like forced to do something that I don't even want to do or that I'm not even good at. This is such an entitled. I know how entitled I sound when I say all of this stuff. Like, obviously, everyone has to do that, right? Everyone in their lives has to do stuff that they're not good at because they're trapped a little bit, you know? I guess I, in a way, feel like a responsibility because I started this journey already, you know, being like a kind of an internet personality. Even the pixel art stuff, like I recognize that like this is cool. What I'm doing is cool. And would you do more contracting? Nah, no, I want to, that's the thing. I'm so entitled. I want to do what I want to do. That's what's annoying about this whole thing is like, I'm actually much better at doing things that I want to do than doing things that other people want me to do that don't really align with my interests. Like the archaeology project that I just worked on, it was good, but the business constraints of it meant that I couldn't take it further because it was over. Like the client, we got sign off, client was happy, move on. And it's like, hey, that's not where my standards are. Like I will go further. Like for free, I would do it. Let me add more animation. Let me make it really good. But it's like, no, you're the contractor. You're not in charge of the creative decisions. So it's like that. And I felt a lot of chafe when I worked as a UX designer in the same direction, feeling like, oh, I know how to solve this. And then it's like, no, we didn't sell the client on this. So even if it is the right solution, like, shut up. That's not what I want to do. I just want to like, if I had it my way, it would be make my games and make cool tools that help me make the games and make content about all the cool stuff that had to go on in the process of making the games for the betterment of everybody else who wants to make games. That's it. And just be excited about making stuff and share that excitement. Like that's all I want. All right, Tej. Thanks for stopping by. It was a pleasure. We'll catch you soon. I'm going to keep yapping. We're not done. The thing that I like, okay, this goddamn vector brush thing has got me so, it's like, it's got me so absorbed in this mindset, because it's like, this is like, it's the purest thing. It's the purest version of this spirit that I have, of like, hey, there is this thing that I have identified that is valuable to me, that would make my creative practice much more effective. That would be a tiny file size, that would be very efficient to work with, that doesn't seem to exist outside of this very annoying walled garden owned by people who suck and who don't value the thing that they made. What if we go on a little journey, a little science experiment to build it ourselves? What if we just go, hey, we could take this brush tool, this vector tool, and we could just reverse engineer it for fun and then give it away. And everyone can have something good and we can all have fun doing it and we all win. That for me is like, it ticks so many boxes in my motivation chamber of my soul that like, it just feels like that's just what I would drop everything. If I didn't feel like I owed Insignia my attention, I would literally just drop everything and make that tool. But I feel the same way about Scene Graph. I feel the same way about all the tools that I make. You know, I would just gladly drop everything to pursue just solving needs that I found on my journey of making something, like through my creative practice or whatever. No doubt. That would be, certainly. Did you try the Pixie editor? I don't know. I can't remember. Insignia is a bit different. Insignia is, because it's not a tool, it has a different place in my heart. Insignia is a very selfish thing for me. It's very much about me being in love with storytelling, and fantasy, and the escapism that comes with those things, and being, I guess, just really appreciating what they meant to me and feeling indebted to video games. I feel like I have a debt to video games, but I also feel like there is something, you know, tools are really important, but it's also like what you make with them. You know, like the guy who invented the hammer should feel great about inventing the hammer, but the houses that got built with the hammer are like also extremely important. So like Insignia is the house that I'm building, and Scene Graph is the hammer, and this vector tool would be another hammer, you know. And telling, you know, amazing stories, culture, you know, amongst ourselves as part of culture is something that is, it's worth doing, because what else do we do? That's just what we do as humans. We live and we help each other live by telling stories that help us relate to each other and get by. So it's more like there's almost like a duty there. I don't know how else to say it. It's weird. I love design. I'm very interested in design, like game design. And I've had so much fun learning about it for its own sake, as just like just as a thing, just as like a practice. Like, hey, if you do this and you do this and you do this, it creates an experience of motivation, and players want to spend more time in it, and you can do storytelling in this thing. Like, that's just a fact of, it's just, I'm curious about how that all works. But it's just a kind of, I guess games are just like a very, very convenient crossroads of a lot of different parts of me that I like. I like to draw. I like to read books. I like anime. I like playing games. You know, I like learning things and building things, and games. Just making a game happens to be at the cross section of like literally all of those things, which is like, it just feels like a bit of a no-brainer to focus my attention on it for, I don't know how many, for a good chunk of my life, you know. I could probably do it for my whole career. I mean, because you got to do something, right? So why not just do the thing that you really love? That's kind of where games, for me, that's why I make games and not just tools. Because just making tools, I feel like I'd be missing something. I'm really just trying to fill all the holes in my soul, you know. It's like everyone has like stuff that gives them energy and stuff that takes energy away. And all I'm trying to do is just maximize the amount of time I spend in my life doing things that give me energy, so that I can give back with that energy. I'm just trying to be efficient with my motivation. You know? Like, you got to do something with your time. Might as well do the thing that you're good at, and that allows you to give back someday to people. Because if when I was just working a UX job, like it was fulfilling to some degree, but I couldn't express myself the way that I can with game dev. So I got tired doing it, especially because I was doing it for other people, as in for someone else's profit, in a way that wasn't achieving good results. Like, I wasn't happy with what we were designing a lot of the time, and I would just have to be okay with it because I was getting paid to be as okay with it as they wanted me to be. Do you know what I mean? It's like if someone says to you, care exactly this much. It's like, how do you do that? So, you know, I'm a very... Chat. I am a very picky person. I'm a very particular person. I'm a little bit, you know, neuroatypical, you know, in that sense. I've always been a little bit weird. I get anxious about very specific weird things, and no one in my family can understand why. And I have a very weird relationship with work. Sometimes I can work for months and years on one project, and sometimes you can't get me to do something that would take 5 minutes. All I am is just a bunch of brain signals and motivations, and the conscious part of me is just trying to get through every day doing the things that don't hurt me, you know, and that I like to do. That's really all I can do. Like, lots of things hurt me to do them. Some things don't hurt me. So I'm just trying to do the things that don't hurt and feel good. I'm sure we all do that to some degree, right? Like, if I could have taken on my dad's business happily, I would have. You know, I would have been a tradesman, and I would have worked in doing shop fit outs, you know, carpentry or something. If I had the energy to do that, or the will, or the ability to just put my passion aside and just work on someone else's dream or whatever, then I would have. But I'm not able to. I'm very locked into my little worlds of what drives me and what I have energy for. And I'm, you know, I'm very lucky that I'm halfway good at this. Because if I was bad at the stuff that I liked, I'd be a nightmare. I would be the worst thing in the world if I was actually a horrible game designer or a horrible storyteller or a horrible educator. I would just be sitting there with my YouTube channel that had 30 subscribers, and I'd have hundreds of videos that no one wanted to watch. Well, Unicursal, I think on that topic, like what I don't want to do though, if you told me, hey Adam, from now on, the only games you're allowed to make are jam games for the rest of your life. You can only spend 3 weeks max on them, or even 6 months max. Every time you spend 6 months, you have to switch to a different game. That would be hell for me. Like I would rather not do that. I genuinely would consider not making games at all if I wasn't allowed to spend more than a year on each game. Because I don't like making toys. Like I'm not passionate about making toys, I should say. It's fun sometimes to make a toy, but like, I don't just want to make toys. Toys are like a sprinkle inside of what Insignia is. You know, the parts of the game that are like this one little thing, you know, there's tons of little things in my game that are toy-like. Like the feathers are toy-like, or this ball. This is fun. This could be a jam game, you know? It's just a keepy-uppy thing. Okay, great. I'm sure I could make some mobile version of this that had like 50 levels and an infinite mode and daily mode and microtransactions and, you know, it's just one thing, but oh, now you unlock the spiky ball and here's the ghost ball and here's the... I'm sure I could do that, but like, that's boring to me. You know? It's not that it's exclusively boring. Like, I made Arrowbound, that was okay, but like, I did that once, you know? I don't want to do that forever, only that. It's like a pit stop, you know? It's like a fun little distraction. Does my game... Chasm is not my previous game. My game happens to look sort of like Chasm because I was inspired a little bit by it, but I certainly don't... That's very interesting that you were that confident to say you made that connection so confidently. Because like, I like Chasm. I think it's a really good game. Like, I think the pixel art in Chasm is amazing, but I would not have put my game and Chasm so close together that they could have been made by the same person. That's a really nice thing to say, I guess. It's a compliment. Chasm's got some excellent pixel art in it, but no, not made by me. I'll tell you the extent of my relationship with Chasm is enjoying these screenshots. Like, I really like this screenshot. That's really cool. I love this wall. It's very inspiring to me. I like this one. This is a sick screenshot. I've looked at it many times. This one is really cool. I really like it. And there's one more, and this one. I think those are the things about Chasm. I've never even played the game, but I really, really, really like those screenshots. I would say the thing that the Chasm art style does that I don't do is there's a lot of repeating geometry in the way that they draw patterns, which is there's a lot of like 45-degree angles. Like even in the character, you can see, like, look at that, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45. Everything about it's like 45-degree diagonals. Whereas I don't care that much about that. For me, it's like, I'm happy for things to be more natural and flowy and that kind of thing. So I also probably have a bit more emphasis on animation and a little bit less procedural stuff in my game. Although there is procedural stuff too, but yeah. That goes a bit quickly. Anyway, I'm working on something at the moment. Man, this took a lot longer than I thought it would. I gave myself like an hour to do this. An hour probably was way too short, let's be real. Maybe 3 hours would have been appropriate. Let's see how it feels in the game. So far, anyway. This one's got a pedestal I can stand on. Let's zoom out. Pretty cool. Hey, Ancient. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I do create my own art. Do I have an art background? Art background is a funny way to say it. Like, I drew a lot as a kid. That's the extent of my art background. And I did a design degree, but not like an art design degree, just like a software design degree. I love animation. I have like a passion for it, and I love video games. I love animated films. So it's not really like that I have an art background. I just have spent a lot of time in my life appreciating art and trying it and trying to be good at it, and eventually you get to be like this, I suppose. There we go. Well, the shadow is just a circle. You want the shadow to look like the character, like an upside down version of the character. I'm very proud of my shadow. Excuse me. Look at the way that it clips as I approach the edge. Look at the way that it gets smaller as I jump. Find me one other game whose shadows conform to the ground. in pixel art at least. Hey, it still counts. Okay, cool. Chat. I had fun today. I know I was complaining a lot. I complain a lot all the time. You should ask my wife. She knows. She knows my pain. She shares it too. Because I complain a lot to her as well. Not about her, just to her. So I hope that, I don't know, hope it wasn't too difficult to listen to. I just want to make cool stuff for you guys. You know, that's all I want. I just want us to all get to spend a lot of time together and make cool stuff. Is that so hard? And I don't want to have to convince you by tricking you. I don't want to have to beg you for money. I don't want to have to do any of that. I just want for what I do to be worth your time. That's all. And it's not always going to be easy to do that. And I'm going to be uncomfortably learning hard lessons this whole way, obviously. That's just the way things go. But I hope that at the end of it, it's easy enough and I haven't lost my passion. You know, I hope that I can get where I'm headed without it costing me too much. Because I just, you know, I'm so excited about about learning to be good at things. I just want to spend all my time learning and trying and obviously sharing it with you. And I really wish the business side would just go away. I wish I lived in, like, honestly, like a fully socialist society where, like, everyone's needs were just taken care of as long as they could prove that they were doing something worth society's time. Like, I hate the idea of, like, having to convert your interest into dollars. You know, it's stupid because it's obviously valuable for you to watch, but, like, why do we have to, like, pepper ads in through this? I don't want you to have to watch any ads. I need you to watch the ads because it's the only way I get money out of it, and I need money because that's the only way I get food to eat. But if I had it my way, you wouldn't watch a single ad on this channel. I just can't afford to do that. I'm just too poor to turn ads off. And it is my fault, you know, it's my fault. If I just gave up, like, one other thing, one other aspect of who I am, if I just gave that up, I bet you that we could probably pay for all of this stuff. We could pay for the stream, we could pay for my lifestyle, we could pay for Insignia to be made. It's all possible. I know this. I'm just not in a place in my life where I'm able to confidently sacrifice parts of me in order to make way for the other parts. I don't know what it will take for me to do that. Maybe just a lack of confidence or certainty. I don't know what I would have to do. Like, imagine if I was in, like, a multi-channel network, for example, where I didn't get all the money. I just got, like, a stipend or something. Would that make me happy? Like, I don't know, maybe that would be okay. Like, if If I really just want a living wage and I don't care about like whatever, I could just like sell my creative, you know, like the IP to all of the stuff that I make to someone else and just like, I don't know. Do you know what I mean? Like if I just didn't care about profit, I probably could do this for the rest of my life and be okay. But like I don't know if I'm prepared to do that yet. Or if I need to do that. I don't know if I need to do that. I think that's what it is. Like I literally don't know where the ceiling is on a lot of this stuff. And I'm sort of a little scared to like give away my like whole life, because I don't just live for me, I live for my wife as well. And she doesn't want me to do worse than I need to. You know, we all want to live comfortably. So even if something would make me happy, there's a difference between like whether that's something I should actually pursue. Lots of burdens, but you know, there's kind of a privilege in the pain. I suppose I should just learn to be grateful for it. I really feel like a passenger in my own body sometimes, you know. I can't control how I feel. Like right now, I feel like I could make any YouTube video about any topic and I'd be fine to do it. I'd just be happy. An hour ago, I felt like I was trapped and there was just nothing nice that I could feel about all of the stuff I was talking about. I don't know where the distinction in those things is. Is it just the freedom to express myself honestly about how I feel? Just giving myself permission to feel this way? Is it being more compassionate about how I feel? Even if I can't change my situation, just like being okay with being shitty sometimes? Maybe. Yeah, that's what you're saying there, Hexical. I mean, it's an interesting thing of like being grateful and it sucks. Yeah. Most of this, you know, if I could say something, for those of you who like it, what's helped me with like psychology, like seeing a psychologist literally, what I actually found was quite valuable was, I just lost it. Hang on, let me try to remember what I was saying. The idea of giving yourself permission to feel what you're feeling. Hey, Matt First Show, thank you so much for the gifted subs. It's the permission to take the space that you need. That's the first one. Like, hey, I'm uncomfortable. I need a break. And then I take the break. That's the first thing. And not feel guilty about it. Just like, hey, this is what I need, so I'm going to take it. And then the other one is realizing that like anxiety is a prison of like your own expectations. Like if I can't meet some deadline I placed on myself and I'm feeling extremely anxious, I can lift the deadline on myself. I can just say, hey, I expected too much out of this and it's not practical for me to pursue it right now. So I'm going to let it go. Like letting go of what you can't control is really important. And just being okay with that. I'm learning to do that. I'm not very good at it yet. Those two lessons are what I took, and I'm like, it's very hard to remind myself about them all the time. I'm I'm learning. It's going to take a bit of time for me to get better at it. But even this weekend, like yesterday, my wife's like, hey, it was her sister's birthday. Hello, I'm stopping in a sec. It was her sister's birthday, and she wanted to pick up a projector for her sister, like to put in her bedroom. And so, you know, the only place where we could get it was in like a bit of a sketchier part of town. So she asked if I could go with her, but it was like, I wouldn't have made my stream. I wouldn't be here home again in time to do the stream at my regular scheduled time. And I got like really anxious when she asked me if I could take her to the shop, because I was like, I felt trapped between like her expectations of me taking her, or like going with her, and like your expectations of me like being here on time. And then also like me stressing about like whether or not I could get certain things for the game done, because this weekend we've got a bunch on because it's close to Christmas, but I've got a showcase of the game next week on Friday. So there was like me also thinking about the work that I'm falling behind on because I was too tired on Wednesday and I couldn't keep up with it. So like I'm driving us and I'm freaking out. Like I'm just getting so stressed. And I'm trying to explain to her that like, I'm not angry at her. It's got nothing to do with her, but I'm upset. And it's like, I'm upset and it's not something that needs to be resolved by her even doing anything about it. Like it's not her place to try to relieve me of that pressure. It's like me suffering from my own inability to manage my own expectations about what I can achieve in a short amount of time, in a specified amount of time. And the only way out of that prison is to literally just say, I can't do it all, and I will be okay with it. But it took me like 20 minutes in the car on the way there to like even consciously arrive at that conclusion. Like I was freaking out for like, and like getting not passive aggressive, but like just irritable and like uncomfortable and, you know, a little defensive and this and that, and, you know, not being sure about what my needs were, you know, before I was able to go, I just need someone to say that it's okay. You know, I just need to be okay with not meeting my expectations. You know, like I'm not going to get it done this weekend, and that's it. Like I physically don't have the hours, and it's okay. Like I have to be okay, because what else am I going to do? Like, am I going to just cry? Am I going to like fall to the floor? You know, what can I do? Self-harm? Like there's nothing you can do. You can't do it. You do not have the hours to do the work. So just accept it. That's hard, because I'm usually the kind of person who will push, you know. I'll try really hard. But it's also very traumatic to try really hard. To crunch is pain. Yeah. And it also just like wouldn't be a good reflection. Like I want to be a representative of like, you know, doing this stuff right. I want to do game dev right. I don't want to be someone who crunches. Like I don't put that on my team. I wouldn't subject them to it. So why is it okay for me to stress like that? I would, if someone on my team told me that they were feeling the kinds of feelings that I just told you guys about, I would immediately change their workload, or I would try to express to them that it's okay, that they don't need to satisfy that. They don't need to meet that expectation, because I would never place that on them. Like I would never, ever, ever force someone into a space where they could all they could do was panic, because they're just not capable enough, or they don't have the time or the resources to do. Like that's a massive failure of management for someone to be under that kind of pressure. So why am I putting myself under that kind of pressure? Why am I okay with treating myself that way? It's like, well, I'm not, but I'm just not conscious in the moment that I'm doing that to myself. I'm not realizing that that's what I'm doing. It just feels like I'm trapped. It just feels like I'm not in control and I don't know what to do. I'm just panicking. And I think what it is just realizing, hey, like, you're okay. It's going to be okay. And the way you feel right now is just a natural thing that happens when you don't have control over a situation that you care a lot about. And that's true. I don't always have control, and I do care probably too much, and I will get through it. It just is going to require a recalibration of my expectations. And if you guys don't get a video this weekend, that's unfortunately just what's going to have to happen. Like I missed the schedule. Oh well, like I can't do it. But I really sincerely struggle with that. And I don't, it's just who I am, It's just a personal anxiety thing. Because I have high standards for myself, and I put myself under pressure a lot. And when you try to min-max, sometimes it collapses, It's if you're right on the margins of doable and not doable, sometimes it's not doable. So I think it's more just about like budgeting for the times when the cost, doesn't pay off. Do I ever reflect on where I were X years ago? I do, yeah. Sometimes, depending on which domain I'm reflecting on, sometimes it's exciting, and sometimes it's disappointing. There are certain things that I feel like I met my expectations, and other things where I feel like I did not. Certainly as an artist, as a designer, I feel much more confident. As an engineer, I feel like I've grown a lot. Even as a person, like maturity wise, I feel like I'm much more mature now than I ever have been. But I'm also very raw right now. Like I'm probably more emotional than I've ever been. I friggin' cry so much. I cry so much, you guys. It's really weird. Like I'll be listening to music that I've listened to before and has not had an effect on me, and I'm just like sobbing. This canvas size, this is huge. This canvas is massive. This is not that big actually. It's 260 by 300. Yeah, dude, I cried on stream the other day. You guys were there. Thinking about my friend. I don't talk about it that much, but Insignia is kind of it's dedicated to a friend of mine who passed away. That's what a lot of this is about. And gosh, I just find myself thinking about him so much recently. I mean, he passed away in like 2012. You know, it was a long time ago. But like, for some reason, recently, it's just been a lot. He's been on my mind a lot. Yeah. How He-Man is this? Does it not look like it's He-Man and it's Star Wars episode 4, the original Star Wars. I mean, it's doing exactly what it's supposed to. This is the intent. By the power of... I don't know what he says. No, I don't think my sub... Oh, they are. The alert box is turned off. What the heck? I've been hearing them, but I haven't been seeing them. Dude, that's probably been off for a long time. Thank you for alerting me to it. You alerted me to the missing box. Thank you so much. And I'm sorry if I missed anyone's... subs. All right, chat. I think it's time I wrap it up. I know. 2 more paintings. The other ones are way less complicated. This is very... This one's literally just 4th. It's just the insignia. And then the third one, I don't know yet what it's going to be. I think it might be something about... Actually, I do know what it is, but it's a massive spoiler for the game if I tell you the context behind it. It's not that interesting. Like... It'll be like, well, I haven't decided how I want to express it, but depending on how I express it, it could be a massive spoiler. There are parts of the game's lore that I've never really told you guys about that are becoming more in the forefront of like a twist in the plot that I want to lay the seeds of earlier in the game. And I think that's what I'll put here. I'm so excited for one day for you guys to experience this. It's gonna be so cool that like just how much I've been able to share with you guys and how much that like I just literally don't have to talk about it all. There's so much stuff. All right. I hope that I can make a game that keeps your attention long enough for you to experience this stuff that I like. All right, pals. Hey, this has to get done. I want to say, like next week, I'm going to be showcasing this. So I need to do like a demo that's playable for other people by Friday. So preferably, we would do community playtesting. We reopen the alpha with this version like midway through next week or early next week. So like, for, you know, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, maybe like Tuesday afternoon might be when we do it. Because right now, it is playable. You can finish the demo right now, end to end, with the new content. Like these paintings are not, they're not blocking the stuff that I'm doing right now. So Yeah. I think we gotta get. I just gotta like resharpen up the last little bit, and then that will be the next iteration. Since August, I did a version in March, version in August, now version in December, with the map and everything else in it. So it's the map, it's the retooled game scenario with all the quests and all everything. It's the new Forge accessory system. I might have to do a couple more accessories and a couple more quests because I think we're actually running a little lean now on quests. But it's got the fast travel. Yeah. So lots of additional changes to the content. Pals, it was a pleasure. Thank you so much for enduring me. I'm such a... I don't know how you do it. Thanks for watching. I sometimes forget who's watching as well. Gosh, TJ just popped up and I felt a little embarrassed that I was getting so worked up with him there. He's a good friend, and he does the stuff that I'm complaining about very effortlessly, and he has a good time doing it. So my struggles are very different, I guess. But it feels what's the word? Untoward. It's not very graceful to like, you know, be so open about my emotions and speak so freely when I don't qualify it. Not knowing who's watching. I'm sure there are people who are watching right now that are creators themselves and who don't feel quite so bitter about some of these things, and I make them very dramatic, so sorry. Let's find someone to raid. Let's find one of those creators right now. And I should really insist, the people who do happily make, you know, content that's a little bit more clickbaity than me or whatever, like, or people who just are, you know, sell out a little more easily. Like, I don't hold that against you for sure. Like, it's literally everybody should do whatever the hell they can to get by in this life. I'm more just frustrated that I create these problems for myself where I'm not comfortable doing certain things, but I still want, you know, I want to have my cake and eat it too. So, all right, we're going to raid Jitspo. It was a pleasure, everyone. Please wishlist Insignia if you're a real one. See, I hate saying that, but you got to do it. You have to wishlist Insignia. That's it. That's a stream. I'll catch you on Monday, yeah? As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.